Alrighty, we are live, and the network seems to be working quite well now. Hello, welcome in, guys. It is Ace Attorney night. Oh. Hold on here. Works in the app. Oh, hold on. Things don't seem to be working. Hold on. In here I thought things were okay. It's always something, isn't it? Also, many some things. Mira, you're gonna be okay. I'm more pissed off about it, but you're gonna be so sad too. So you know how we were having so much trouble last night getting stream set up to play Journey? It started off I started stream and it started off just as bad. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna go investigate, right? I'm gonna unplug things and go try things out. And so I have a power line adapter for my Ethernet, so I plug something into the wall and then the internet goes through the wires in the wall. And it's been working just fine. So I was like, okay, I'll just unplug it. We'll see if we can reset it. And then I went to go investigate the other receiver that I have that's connected to the modem. And I come to find out, I don't know how long ago this was plugged in, but if it was plugged in around the same time I started having network problems, I'd be like, oh man. Someone plugged my receiver, they moved it from the wall and put it on a power strip. And I'm like, ugh. I put it back into the wall again and we're steady. I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Okay, let's open up Tits again, and then I'm going to refresh the alerts here. Let's see. Scuff at its finest. Oof.wave. Indeed. Yeah. It seriously was that simple. I'm so upset. I've been suffering for, what was it, like 2-3 weeks now? Something like that, where it's just like, it's just awful sometimes. We just deal with it. And I'm just like, this is what it is. We're gonna deal with it. And I didn't have to deal with it. Let's see, is it picking up the audio? Yeah, it is. Perfect. Let's try. There we go. Also, Soph mute. Oh no! I didn't check that, did I? Soph is talking. It's probably not picking up because I literally have to go in OBS every single time that even if the last time that I used Discord with Soph was with Soph, the last time I used Discord was with Soph, it still doesn't pick it up. So yes, hold on. Scuff, don't worry about it. No, your witnesses. I know no one can hear you. I'm talking to myself. And I just sound insane. Well, I thought it was weird he hasn't been saying anything, right? Yeah. Would you say something, so?
Something.
Oh my gosh, wow, we can hear you now.
Wow.
Wow.
Right, now be quiet for the next 5 hours.
No. Okay, we have everything in order here. Tis is working. That's working. Right, I was going to refresh the alerts. Refresh. And let's try... Objection! Cool, I heard that. I hope you guys heard that as well. Hi Asfar, welcome in. Okay, I think we're all set. This is exciting. Exciting. To be fair, I get quieter than people there are typically not in a group of two. That is true. That is true. I see your Chinese badge, Arya. Not valid in this time period. Okay. I think we're ready to go for real this time. No, I'm sure. You don't have to show me again. It's fine. It's fine. No, I saw I saw it the first time. Okay, so last we left off.
Funny if you got one of the armbands and it just had like the muffled thud of fabric hitting you.
I know. I need to go in and I see yours too, as far. I want to go in and clean up my redeems a bit and put like the objection sound over the what's the word? Over the throws. for the objection throw. And clean that up and put like the hold it sound over the hold it throws blah 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 XYZ, right? Just so I can clean out some things and get rid of some quote unquote, I guess, similars or duplicates. But one day I'll get in and clean that up. Not today. Okay, go look now. Alright, Arya, enjoy your lurk. Thank you for stopping by. We'll see you after a while. Okay, so last we left off, I remember we started the trial. I don't remember how far we got into the trial. But I remember this man being here and being like, what are you doing here, sir? What are you doing here, sir? You were literally in the last trial, now you're here as a jury member again. Okay. Also, my voice might give out tonight. I'm not sure if you guys can hear it. It's a little squeaky on some things, but we're gonna do our best. Because having a hoarse voice on voice acting night, top tier. Top tier. Nay! Start with this guy too. What a great start. What a great start here. I just need to do it. I'm psyching myself out. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he? Maybe said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes. Why, he could only have been the victim.
A man went and gone around houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter.
Say the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful.
I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Your books, yes. I shop that. The bourbon books? Oh, not worth a visit.
I'm pretty sure that was probably what we could pressed on. But it's okay. Recap is nice too. It sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt. But I can't help feeling that some of their opinions are rather subjective.
I agree. It's the irrelevance of what some of them are saying that sends a shiver down my spine. Still, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsume of anything. That's something.
We must use it to our advantage, Mr. Nyaruhodo. Cunningly!
Yes, you're right. Let's listen to the jurors again, carefully. And if any of their assertions are at odds, I'll pit them mercilessly against each other.
Oh, right. We're in this,
Summation examination.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was like, it's something summation, or summation something, summation examination, I think is what it's called. Yes. Don't hold back. Pit them all against each other. That was a great delivery.
Juror number 6 and juror number 3. I want to see you fight. Just fight.
Just fight.
Duke it out.
One-on-one. Who's the strongest?
TVP here in the court.
Okay, so now that I know where we are, we're not just pressing the jury. We're like pitting them against each other.
But I feel like we need to press to get to a point because there's not like contradictory statements.
True. Press. We'll go through. We'll press them.
Excuse me, but aren't you a murderer?
Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago.
Yes, I had a feeling in your face, or in the sight of it anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you?
That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London for work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started fossicking around. Fossicking. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute.
Sorry?
Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and that young hatter pegged as criminals.
Oh, well, you know. Water under the bridge.
Now there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around, and the police have been battering me non-stop.
If I could turn back the clock.
Well, anyway, I don't know about the hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. and free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't.
Thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind, given our awkward history.
Oh dear. I wonder what's become of Mr. First now.
He's dead.
He's Mr. Last now.
Dang. Except, wasn't his first name like Ladies or something? And it was like Ladies First?
I think his name was Lay, L-A-Y. He had the initial D, and then
Oh.
and then F-U-R-S-T.
But then it become Lady Last.
Lady Last. I don't know.
Wow. I don't know. You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him.
Not quite. That's precisely my point. Clearly that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly that funny little Nipponese man was the disturbing mustache as the culprit.
But let us not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman, and also y'all are racist.
Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward. Honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes.
But if that's a lie, as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible?
Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are born. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds?
I can tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it.
I do declare the man is already... Oh no, why do you say it like that? I just want to go, I do declare.
I do declare.
The Texan in me wants to bring out that...
the vapors.
Oh man. The Texan in me wants to pull out that southern drawl. I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could have possibly committed this awful crime.
Uh,
If no one else could have done it, the accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple.
your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit.
Oh my, you're too kind, my lord.
That went well, for her. You can't deny that there are other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books. Oh yes, like you drew on the map, you mean? Was it Calabash Road or something? Precisely. But it seems to me that what counts in whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yes, that's true. And at the moment, there's no proof that shows you did, is there? Well, yes, that's true as well. And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he? Well, yes, that's annoyingly true. Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you want to get home as quickly as possible. Well, yes. Why is all this true? So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went from home along Briar Road. Ah, I'm supposed to be convincing you here. I have given it a lot of thought, you know. I didn't just make up my mind on a whim that he did. I mean, if there was some logical reason why he might have gone the Calabash Road way, it'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honest, I would.
Are you going to be the first rational... I'm sorry.
First rational what?
I was going to say, is this man going to be the first rational, like, person we have here that's not going to be flippant?
Maybe. I mean, the first one just hates you.
Yeah.
The second one hates you because you're foreign.
Mm.
So,
Yeah.
Or even the Soseki-san might have taken the longer way home.
Yes, a good reason. I don't imagine he'd be able to sway this young man's opinion without one.
A pigeon.
A pigeon without one. Whatever's the matter, young man?
You're the wife of Mr. Daredevil, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume's room?
The master's wife? How do you get those ideas, sir? I'm the maid. The maid, you understand.
She's keeping up that charade. This is going to be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you've been selected for the jury in this trial, I mean?
Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear. I'm afraid I had no choice.
I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he?
Yes, that's right. Although he's only been there a little over a week now.
And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this?
With those shifty eyes and all those cats, Your Honor. You're not Your Honor, you're not Your Honor. I don't even say Your Honor here, Your Lord. My Lord? Yes, he does.
Oh, Lord.
I don't know. My master's my lord. Oh my goodness me, yes. He's just a sort.
What?
Spending all his time in that dark and dingy room, sporting that unscrupulous moustache. The man never speaks. And don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something. Oh dear. Poor Mr. Natsume. Do people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm. Nothing more.
Well, you just called him a worm, so...
No, not like that!
Would you still let me read books if I was a worm?
Yes, I'd let you read books even if you're a worm. As long as you don't eat the pages.
Okay. Anyway, I'd better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She's said enough damning things already. Man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. Ah. Likes of you wouldn't understand, but a labourer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat. Neither do the wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and centre. That's cheap labour to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn till dusk, it is. So, you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just round the corner from where it all happened. That old bookshop it was. What? Another coincidence. That's right. Near Shum Street it was. Near Shum Street.
On the map, Mr. Nyaruhodo, there are only 3 named streets.
Juror number 5. I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point of that? Can we just get this business over with now? Please, sir. It's important. Fine, I'll do it then.
We'll come
I think
back.
that's the northern street.
What?
I think that's the northern street.
I believe so too. Yeah. We'll come back, Brandon. Talk to the old man real quick.
Hey, Shari! Fold it, you say? Fold what? No. What I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? Hey, the old books they have in there, yes. I can enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. I don't know why
Old
this man
tea?
sounds vaguely like a prospector. I
he's,
say the wrong things.
he's mining for books.
Oh, he did say old tea.
He did
Well,
say
you
it,
said
yeah.
it, I thought I read it wrong.
No, I was just questioning like old tea. Like, why would I want to drink old tea? Like, it's been sitting out for 2 weeks. Delicious.
Because I'm old.
Mold tea. That, yeah.
Because I'm old.
Oh. We're just hey.
I'm old.
We're all mishearing each other.
Hey, what's that?
Hey, what was
Yeah,
that?
talking about good here. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day. During the day, you're all talking about.
Oh? Oh yeah?
And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, included in the day you're all talking about. Sir, did you perchance fall over in the street? Just before 5, you say. Exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry. Not after the dreadful time I had, falling over in the street in front of that cat boy.
Cat boy. Cat boy.
What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked my head.
What a phrase, an adjective.
It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery.
I agree. I almost ate it on my walkway the other morning. Like it was just a thin layer of ice, but it was just enough that my shoe went whoop, and I caught myself last minute. I was like, oh, thank God.
Yeah.
I'm like, it didn't look like ice. Black ice on my walkway.
Yeah, we get you.
Yeah.
Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road? That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Juror number 6. I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. May very well be extremely significant.
Potentially, maybe, most certainly.
Hey, sorry. Extremely sick. Oh no, I'm quite alright now. Oh.
It sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced of Mr. Nutsman's guilt. I've read this before, so we're going to skip through this because I don't like repeating myself when I don't need to.
Deja vu. I feel like I've been in this place before.
We're drifting through this.
That's right. Mr. Nyaruhodo, I'm gonna have to request that you don't do donuts in my courtroom.
Excuse you, my name is Nyaruhodo.
Cattorney at claw.
Attorney at claw.
So it's 2 and 6, and then 3 and 5 is my thought.
Yep. Right, it can only have been the victim. And then in the evening, myself on Calabash Road knocked me out clean. Knocked myself out clean, you know. Let's start with that. Pit. Pit, pit, pit.
Wait! Those two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. Flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, juror number 2? Juror number 6?
My, whatever do you mean, sir?
Yeah, I dunked my noggin.
Gotta stroke my beard real quick. I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you.
Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There's at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of second-hand titles. He then returned home on foot.
But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey.
That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes.
Yes, we're all aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Can you really be sure of that, madam?
My, whatever do you mean?
I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim. Who was wearing a green overcoat, and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood.
Oh my.
My goodness, you mean... That's right. I'm referring, of course, to John Cena!
Bum ba dum bum.
To hard of hearing, juror number 6.
Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was a jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today?
That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that.
My goodness me.
Hey, sorry. You need a pee?
Wait till recess.
And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell.
On Calabash Road.
Therefore, the person whom Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6. It means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home.
Oh my!
So then why were his books there? You idiot old man! If you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming about there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago.
And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat?
Are you ashamed of me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days, remember? Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles to wear a beautiful green overcoat? Is it?
my lord. I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but...
You'd like to change your leaning, I presume?
I do declare... Damn it!
I do declare.
I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty.
Thank you. And I would too. Out of spite for you making fun of my coat. What? Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well? In my hip and stylish coat?
Green looks great on you. It contrasts your rosy cheeks.
That's right. It's like reverse Santa.
Yeah.
Santa has green cheeks. I said it and I was like, hold on.
He's feeling a little queasy.
I mean, if you're going that fast.
You know, with a bunch of milk and cookies on your stomach too at that.
Yep.
Oh, well done, Mr. Nyaruhodo. That was wonderful.
Well, we've managed to change a couple of minds at least. It's strengthened our position somewhat.
Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume, we might be able to tip the balance completely.
Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do. From a game mechanics standpoint.
Yes!
And Zeeks is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent. By whatever means we have at our disposal. For some reason my brain went, that's what we have to pervert. Thank you, Counsel. On with the summation examination, please. Yes, my lord.
Okay, so the other thing, it was 5, and then I was updating it Mearsham Street.
Meerkat.
Meerkat.
And your number 3 was looking for a reason why it had to be the other road. Or could have been the other road.
Man went home, got around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter.
Because he's mentioning it during his
I was digging up Mearsham Street, so like if the road was all fucked up, he wouldn't have gone down Mearsham Street that way to go down Briar Road or whatever it's called. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
I was like,
not even really set foot on Briar Road.
yeah, he probably wouldn't have. I know, I was just thinking, I was like, just because he was there on the road doesn't, like, it's not, him being a witness, I'm like, oh no, the road's just fucked up. He wouldn't have walked down it, that's the reason why. Okay. Alright, reasonable young gentleman. Hopefully you remain reasonable as we go through this.
Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, Counsel? Explain yourself. When they start this sequence off that way, it makes me nervous. Because it's like, there's a clear contradiction, and then the judge in the original game be like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're like, I don't know.
I don't know. I'm talking out of my ass. And judge is like, please stop talking out of your ass, Mr. Mr. Wright.
It already smells weird enough in here. Please, don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. Hey, what? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3. Oh, me, sir? What did you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been set on our map in the local area. On this day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Meerschaum Street, being impassable. Which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Meerschaum Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? We must add a good 2 yards or more of pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose it must be right, eh? Here, number 3. He said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. But we see now that he had no choice. Unless he decided to spider climb up all the buildings and run across the top.
You know, maybe he was trying to channel his inner cat.
My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. Yes? I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened.
Even
Who murdered the freaky olive woman? What about you, sir? Who, me? Well, alright then. There's a hole in the prosecution's argument. Should be filled in. That's what I say. Your city fills potholes? Well, that submission examination is concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. I say as if it's surprising. The eyes 2, the nose 4. So the nose have it. Not guilty, they say.
Nose goes.
Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Yay!
Fight for my amusement. Sorry, don't do it.
For that class. Well.
Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection? Only to crush it in disgust. Pray, forgive the discourtesy.
You're discourteous a lot. The Lord of Anziques?
It seems. I must retract my earlier remark.
What do you mean?
I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by the Eastern entertainer.
Eh?
Whatever do you mean?
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth.
Indeed. Stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you've excavated, sir?
That's right. Took me the whole day and they paid me a measly tuppence for it.
Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me, do you have any notion of the distance of what 2 yards represents?
Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no.
2 yards is a little less than 2 meters.
Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all.
In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend?
Hey, me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. What?
And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the sight of your works?
Hey, I wouldn't dream of it. A waste of time. No coaches would have had hope of passing anyway. And we just turn any gentlefolk back when they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time.
The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he would spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town.
Is that true, is it?
The incontrovertible truth is the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road.
Crushed in a single sentence.
And, old man.
Get cold, man. You can talk.
You say that at around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time?
Oh, can't say as I remember. But I also don't noggin.
Yep.
You don't remember?
That he bonked his head? Oh, sorry, he donked his head.
How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw. But I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it.
Arg.
We're not pirates, Junosuke.
Order! Lord Van Cheeks, explain yourself.
My lord?
You had such an trenchant argument up your sleeve. Why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination?
I wanted to give them hope. I wanted to get this...
Well, kind of.
I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel.
Time to strip.
So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over.
What are you talking about?
My lord, the prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand.
Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. It's next witnesses?
Mr. Nyaruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident.
Yes, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. He did it.
I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. The prosecution's next witness.
There. No matter who Van Zeeks brings to the stand as his witness, wistfulness,
Wistful witnesses.
and no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent. And I'll keep believing to the very end. Until this battle is over. To be continued. No?
Hello. Witnesses, please state your names and occupation for the court.
Eating your...
His chin strap.
Constable Rolly Bait, sir. Nothing to report on the streets, sir.
And I'm Mrs. B. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm the young town hero's wife.
What's the story here?
Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day.
No, it was your husband I was talking about. He seems tired.
Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world.
Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. From Gregson's Infinite Fish and Chips.
Yep.
Indeed. Apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check the meters are reading true. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean, and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights.
There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all.
I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet. I'd have collapsed long ago.
But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor.
And man of slumber.
On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat?
That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly?
That's for Rolly Bait, sir. Nothing to report on the streets, sir. What a great witness is going to be. Carnival music playing.
Oh, carnival music.
I guess it's not quite carnival.
It does have that like joyful wistfulness about it, though.
Yeah. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. Rolly's just going to say the same thing over and over again, but you know, whatever. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Or of an evening, but... Yes, sir.
What the witnesses saw.
It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There's no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day.
Silhouette, but also clear as day.
Clear as day! Even though it was nighttime in the fog.
It's like... Well, yeah, 5 o'clock in the winter.
Yeah.
Well, it's extremely compelling testimony, I must say. And I guess we did talk about the fact that it is nighttime, but there are...
Oh dear. This policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed.
It's death.
No?
Yep.
It's death knell, in fact. Because that...
I don't know the exact definition of no. It's son of a bell. Okay.
Oh, okay. Kind of like how a bell tolls at Nell's.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So it's like it's the death toll.
Yep.
I saw that and I was like, I know that's not Neil, but I want to keep saying Neil.
Because that alternative was never viable in the first place.
What an unfortunate bechancing. Nice. There's a lot of good words in this game. And on your wedding anniversary, too.
Oh, I know. I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed.
They're understaffed, too.
Hmm?
They're understaffed, too.
Yeah.
Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon.
What do you mean by that?
My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure.
Whether the man's so tired his wife has to do all the talking. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense. Commence the cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord.
Cross-examination. Before we get to our cross-examination, though, it's the perfect time to do our hourly ad break to keep pre-roll ads off for you guys. So if you'll hang tight for just a minute, we will be right back after the ads.
In the next 30 minutes, you'll hear these rare gems plus other super souvenirs from radio's world of commercials. See how many you can remember. I'll bet you'll be surprised and delighted. So stay tuned for a few golden words from our sponsors.
Alrighty. Back from ad break
Oh.
here. Let us get in to our cross-examination.
No time to change after work, you say. Are you also a member of the police, Miss Beat? Mrs. Beat?
Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply.
Well, I think you could probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you?
I think Rowley looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down on the ground, doesn't it, darling?
Hey, what? Oh, I just finished my beat. Right, and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy.
Oh no, Rowley. I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy.
That's kind of my thought.
It's just
Sadly, here to the point. Was that?
I was gonna say Susan voicing both of our minds here.
Yeah. Before she even said it, I was like, that's probably not good.
I know, this is very strange here. She's already talking for him, and then her grabbing that scarf and be like, "Isn't it Rowley?" I'm like, oh no. Matching scarves, and she's yanking it. Oh no.
Sadly, and here to the point. You're going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct? That's right, sir, yes. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. Out on the beat. Walking down the street. But police is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and the Queen to the end. What's that now? A warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir, and for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it, then. But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rowley. Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love, I can't speak. Fuck. Their young love is such a joy to behold. The words don't want to come out of my mouth because I don't believe it.
My one love.
Yep. Your young dove.
It's a little over the top, perhaps. And then, can you describe what happened next? Two silhouettes?
That's right. They were coming towards us, walking up Broad Road in the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man.
Scrawny thin.
It does sound exactly like the victim is pictured in this print.
And like Mr. Natsume. Thin? He's small, but thin? Scrawny?
Yes, unfortunately it does.
And you're certain that at the time there was nobody else nearby?
Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around after all. Isn't that right, my darling?
What? Oh yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. The Briar Road is dead straight, and you could see a fairly long way down the pavement. And there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians.
Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you just said?
Yes, sir. As a copper who spends all day, every day, keeping watch on the streets, I'd swear to it, sir. I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rowley.
I'm still maintaining that there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened.
It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run.
Well, I didn't start Mr. Nutsman, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed? Scattered something? What do you mean by that?
Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then we got closer. We realized what it was. Didn't we, darling?
Well, oh yes, that's right. It was some old books. Gee, old books. Yes, sir. Hopper had dropped a number of them, all around where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed, it was clearly pictured in this photographic print.
That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed.
Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him. He was the man in the dock, without question, sir. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the top mouth, the snub nose. Everything. Any more insults you want to throw in?
That's right. He looked down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifyingly intense eyes. And then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away.
I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here.
May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please, continue.
Yes, sir. Yes and no, sir.
He's back in Japan. I hope to not see him.
Perhaps in jail.
Perhaps in jail.
Was it your husband who went to fetch help?
No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I'm the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling?
Eh? What? Oh, yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. Beak to go. I was off duty by that point. But I'm always never truly off duty, of course. So I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on the crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under, so she could go and report it.
I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know.
And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The action of 2 model citizens.
Oh, please! You're making us blush! Isn't he, darling?
Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir. Oh, golly. Let's move on, shall we? But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the street lamps, would you?
We absolutely could! Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know!
Might have made our stars.
They made out primo gems.
Right.
The light from the street lamps was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he?
Stop it, you're killing him. Yes, and what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course.
Oh, it is! When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm.
Yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about?
The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling?
Eh? What? Oh, yes. It was the accused, and no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, cat-like eyes, the top mouth, the snub eye. Unmistakable, sir. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any questions. It was Soseki-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it, is it? Is their entire testimony?
What do you think, Mr. Nyaruhodo?
Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they saw that day. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day.
Yes, I feel the same.
So if that's true, where does it leave us?
The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony.
Oh no, then what do we do?
If Kazuma-sama were here.
What are you trying to say?
I think you could try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony.
What do you mean, somewhere else?
Their statement about me seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of that day is accurate.
Oh, right.
Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. if we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable end. I mean, conclusion. I filled in that word.
I seem to be so up against it.
I'm sorry, the protagonist of a lawyer simulator game.
Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something?
No. Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like... you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it.
What? No. Oh no, it's really not that at all.
My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail. Everything. If I know, what about the books man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one I could. Every single one. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is?
That'll do, Mrs.
No,
B.
it won't do it all. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rolly will.
I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down. But perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Beat. Might that appease you?
Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? I could even tell you the names of the 4 books he dropped at the scene.
Oh, are they?
Yes, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say.
Those purchased by the accused at the nearby second-hand bookshop on the day in question.
After I'd been to the police box for her by, well, I decided to have a good look over the area for good measure. I'm a proud policeman's wife, after all. I did it for Rowley.
And what was your husband doing at the time?
Oh, he was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest. He works ever so hard, you know. Ever so hard. Don't you, my darling?
Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime. Well, Mrs. Beat, seeing as you've regaled the court with tales of your powers of recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the books you observed at the scene?
I'd be happy to. Now, are you all listening? There was the picture of Monsieur somebody or other, and what's it yearnings? Then there was a meal for someone, and the last one was definitely the thingamy's something. You see?
Wow.
Yes, I see there are 1 or 2 holes in your memory.
Oh well, they were along those lines, I'm quite sure.
There were indeed books found at the scene with titles along those lines, as you put it.
Oh, what did I tell you? So I think it's very mean the way you've implied that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, my darling?
Sir,
Wow.
anyone who upsets my Patricia will need an answer to.
Terrifying.
Yes, she really is.
Are we repeating?
So that's it? Is it? That's their entire testimony? I think that is.
Yeah. Okay, we'll come back.
Clicked here. Kazuma!
I was really hoping it wouldn't happen, but they had to follow their recipe and kill off Kazuma. Okay. Picture Monsieur Le Coq. A meal for Gabrielle? Canterbury Yearning. Hold on now, what?
The titles aren't the important part here.
Yeah.
How many books did she say she saw?
Oh, was there 4?
Pretty sure she said 4.
Did she give us 4 titles too?
I believe so.
What was the other one then?
A
picture.
Megami.
Oh, thingamy. A thingamy for someone.
Yeah. So somebody stole his fucking books and threw them around.
Toss him. Oh. Fuck. I thought I was on the... I thought I was on the thing. I got trigger happy. Whoops. Try again. Mohikai.
So you're saying there were 4 books?
That's right. I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur somebody. What's it yearnings? A meal for someone and the thingamy's something.
I'm sorry, Miss Beat. There's a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours.
Oh no! What flaw?
Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there's only 3 books, not 4.
What?
This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books.
Your books.
Yes, and it details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed.
Only 3? But no. No, that can't be. I remember seeing them. There were 4 books, I tell you. 4 dirty old books.
Oh, really? I've got like this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see from this evidence as well, there are only 3 books. None could be hiding behind her body.
Nope. But I just don't believe it. I saw them there, I swear it. I saw them.
No, madam. I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. So it cannot be denied. Although you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken.
No, no. Oh, no, 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 no!
It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend.
What?
What cannot be denied is that these two witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving.
Ah,
So, you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair?
sees right through me.
But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you.
What are you talking about?
It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife, and her entirely accurate testimony, in every respect.
Oh?
You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books.
Quite right. Only 3 can be seen. In that print.
Here's the updated print.
Fuck!
That print? You mean to say...
Would you like the other angle, my Lord Nipponese friend? There he goes. Allow me to present another. One that shows the victim's hand.
I don't believe it. It's the 4th book.
Oh. As you
Oh.
will observe. Huh?
Lion.
Yeah, and it's burnt too.
Didn't notice that.
As you will observe. The 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. It's like Soph predicted or something.
No. No. Order, order.
There! You see? You see? Look at that! Look!
Yes.
It's just like I said. Isn't it, my darling?
Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir.
Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beat, the titles once again, if you please.
Oh, yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other.
The picture of Monsieur Lecoq? I don't know.
No, that's like a figure.
Monsieur Lecoq.
What?
Smut novel.
What?
Smut novels.
Oh, so sucky.
What's it, yearnings?
Canterbury yearnings.
A meal for someone.
A meal for Gabrielle, in fact. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book's titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details.
Monsieur Lecoq, thank you, Lux.
Mrs. Beat's power of recollection can only be described as exceptional.
Did you hear that, Rowley? The gentleman paid me a compliment.
Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless. But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. Beat mentioned 4.
There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly the 4th book is that which is shown in the photographic print.
I'm sorry, Counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt?
It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, It belongs to the victim.
The victim was holding her own book?
What? I thought only Soseki could have books.
I wonder what became of that fourth book.
Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence.
We will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court. Please, counsel.
Here's the updated bibliography report. My pleasure, my lord.
The second crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record. The fourth book has been entered into the court record.
The prosecution rests, as does one of the witnesses. I have nothing further to add.
What?
You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance up until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile.
Spurious?
It-
The spurious longer route to the accused's lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination. And the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination.
Futile? I would right into this, didn't I?
You see, everything we said is true. Isn't that right, my darling?
Thanks, Pat. Marry me, Pat.
Aren't you already married?
Yes.
So,
It's every year in 2 days.
Apparently, yeah.
so perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions.
Oh no.
Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is a decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course.
Mr. Nyaruhodo, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious position.
I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Ryunosuke, think! What do you do now?
What do we do? Make a save is what we do. We make a save first. Logic to me would dictate that what's the word? Oh my gosh, I can't even think of the euphemism. The ball is in Van Sykes' court right now. He said his piece. He said the most compelling piece of evidence last. That's what's currently on the jury's mind. So, I feel like we should raise an objection, but at the same time, I'm not sure if they're trying to dissuade us by doing that and being like, oh, but if I bite back the wrong way, then it could only make it worse. No worries. We've saved.
I'm not done yet.
No, my learned friend. It's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate.
Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but I can't think of what to say.
I may, Lord Van Zykes. It seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point.
Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene in a moment like this.
Oh.
Now you gotta fight back, Ryunosuke. Don't let him say that to her. Also, hi unknown, welcome in.
I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you'll have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable.
Mr. Nyaruhodo.
One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance. Is it? So, the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Mrs. Stowe. Please.
Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further?
Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you?
Mr. Nyaruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And, of course, he's sure to ask you to explain that the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible.
Yes, I understand. And thank you, Mrs. Stowe. This is it. Suzuto-san has managed to win us one last chance here. Can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord.
Before we present evidence. Hold on there, Ryunosuke. Updated. Was it just updated just now? I don't see any difference.
Is it in the description? Maybe not. I don't know.
I don't know.
And there is a second photograph and the book.
Mm-hmm.
And the book is not whole.
Oh, ho, ho, ho.
Toasted.
Oh, look at this! The book has been badly burnt.
You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not the later pages.
What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently.
A book? Recently damaged by fire? Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me?
I don't know.
The fourth book's information has been updated in the court record.
Let me see.
It's a book entitled The Lion's Pride.
I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all. So it wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute. The Lion's Pride? That's strange. I think I've heard the book by that name before. And very recently, too.
It's a title I recognize too, Mr. Nyaruhodo.
Cool. We address what we need to address? Yes. I think so. I'm ready to proceed, Your Honor. I mean, my lord.
Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked.
Have a book.
The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The photo book found in the victim's hand.
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know.
Yeah. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter.
Oh wait, nobody talked about how it was burnt.
When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You'll identify this clue at once. Will I make myself clear? Oh, yes, my lord. It's,
Mr. Nyaruhodo, I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence. Which means you may very well be on the right track.
Yes, I think you might be right. So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case, which this fourth book conceals?
Wow.
Then, is this the same one? It's been badly damaged by fire here, so much that you wouldn't be able to read it at all anymore.
That's right. Such a pity. And do you see the flaking edges of the burnt pages, Mr. Nyaruhodo?
I think that's a sure sign that the damage occurred relatively recently. This seems very familiar.
Yes, a book damaged in a recent fire. It definitely rings a bell.
Kokoda.
I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What are you? Good gracious! I'm burnt to a crisp. So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It's undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend?
Oh,
Were I to concede the point, it bears no relation to the case. There is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide?
a charred book. There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll begin my theory. Don't keep it waiting any longer then, Counsel. Explain this theory of yours. You're suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry tome was suffered.
Its owner. Right?
Yeah.
Because we're assuming that Mr. Garridad?
Yeah.
Whatever that soldier man's name is owner of this book.
My lord, the bird on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner. I beg your pardon.
But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor, after all. It's obviously hers.
The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. Good gracious, how can you possibly...
Very well. I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry.
Counsel, the defendant's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. To tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book?
This man. Garadeb. I did remember his name. Nice.
Yeah.
This man right here.
The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb.
The landlords.
And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but... Of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garadeb herself.
We're gonna have to fight her. I swear.
Oh my goodness me! I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garadeb's wife. I'm his maid.
Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then. How about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garadeb's house?
I would never presume to know all the books he keeps, sir.
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say? You implicate this hardworking member of the public. You just besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable. You decide.
This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know. That on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house. Good lord! What sort of incident, counsel? A fire, my lord. Great to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. Whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. Bally furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favourite. A book called The Lion's Pride.
The Lion's Pride.
Why, Jove! Very same title of the subject of this debate.
Oh dear me.
This is risible. All you told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable To infer that it magically removed itself from the scene of the crime.
Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was mere discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mr. Garrett was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garrett even amid the flames.
Oh, how awful! I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rolly?
Absolutely not, sir. Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir.
Sure.
I had all my favorite old novels in that case. Keep changing his name, or his voice, because I can't remember how I voiced him before.
I'm trying to remember too. When I hear his voice in my head, it goes back to how do you say it? The word Bali. It was like Bali, something like that. I can't remember.
Bali.
I don't know. That's like the tuner for me.
As soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Push up and smoke. And the wife started hurtling things at me. I was back up against the window under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen.
That's Australian, mate. Even
Man
still,
had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him.
it'd probably be crikey. That's a big one, mate.
Goodness gracious, are you suggesting the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Yep.
Too good to be true. I will not allow this to stand. No. A thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident. There was no report of the Garadeb's window pane being broken.
That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garadeb household. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time and...
Not even remotely. Let's not forget the reason and let's not forget the reason for the season. Let's not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it.
It was smoky in there.
No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter.
Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, Counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown at Mr. Garadeb's wife? I believe it's a possibility, my lord.
Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself loyal, but you're just a coward. A mean coward.
I forgot what voice I gave her.
Really?
Claiming that our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight. Honestly. Blind lie merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case. None of it at all. Not any of it is what she said. I've misread it. All you've done is sully our family's name.
No, I assure you, that was never my intention.
Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable.
Discombobulate.
Discombobulate.
Too right.
Here we go.
How long have we sat here now, listening to this Nipponese spouting on out his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache. And he ran away from the scene, too.
I do declare you're right.
It's true.
Yes, what did I tell you?
Makes sense to me. Eh, shame. What's that? Well, it appears that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement.
Okay. Before the jury decides to hand us our not our verdict. Hopefully not our verdict. Before the jury decides to throw a wrench in our plan once more, it is the top of the hour, so we need to go ahead and take our ad break here to keep pre-roll ads off for you guys. So if you guys will hang tight for just a moment here, we'll be right back. let's figure out what the jury wants to do with us. I have a stinking suspicion I know what they're going to do to us.
What is your position, Lord Van Zykes?
In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings.
Break their knees? I'm not gonna break their knees. We might break another wine glass here, though.
But then one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage.
No, wait. The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been...
If books are your predilection?
Predilection.
If
Yep.
books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time.
Always trust Ace Attorney to bring out the $5 words.
What? No, forgive the discourtesy this time?
No.
Ahem. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Yuzai!
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 Yuzai! Yuzai!
Well, damn. Back to square one.
Thank you for that unambiguous response. That's twice now. It's over.
Mr. Nyaruhodo, don't give up!
Miss Susato?
Have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet.
You're not suggesting.
Another fucking summation examination. I don't know if we can do that.
Of course. The defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You can still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance.
My lord, the defense has to exercise its right to a summation examination.
You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve?
I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. There's no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined.
To be continued. Yes, I would love to save. Oops.
I have considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination to the jury. I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now have to proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman?
We are, my lord.
Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime.
The jurors' contentions.
The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his.
There was If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider.
Even if the woman was stealing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window is closed, can it?
Dearie me. It was only a little book. Hardly life-threatening even with a direct hit, what? What?
Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. Gave me the sneezes. Yes. Considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. One notable exception, of course.
My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover, there he goes. No one else was even at the scene to commit the crime.
Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued by any other way.
That means I'm afraid that during this submission examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts.
But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here?
Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman? And how? Those are two details you need. Those two details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted.
And I was thinking this might be hard.
But Mr. Nyaruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise this really will be where the trial ends.
No pressure then.
Ganbaru.
That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel? Oh, yes, my lord. Alright, Ryunosuke. Focus your mind now. Clearly the key to the summation examination. It's going to be juror number 4, the main. Or should I say, Mrs. Garrett?
We have a book that disappeared from the Garrideb's house on the evening of the incident. And the fourth book found in the victim's hand.
There must be a way to link the two. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes.
Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garrideb and how she reacts, even to the things other people say. Defense's rebuttal.
But as we now know, there were 4 books, not 3.
Well, what difference does it make?
There's every possibility that the 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord.
Yes, that's the part I have a problem with.
Sorry?
Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said?
It's not exactly how I would put it, no.
Well, anyway, the point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened.
I think that's what you call a strong alibi.
So it couldn't have been that landlord who did it? Which only leaves the Nipponese fellow. Honestly, I can't see what all this palaver's about. It's a done deal, isn't it?
I suppose it is, since I have nothing witty left to say. So, you might be willing to change your decision, you mean?
Oh my, such a lie on your face. But I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I'm a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman.
That's great.
If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? You see, modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say?
Not at all extreme.
As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite one or two minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say?
Overwhelmingly.
Us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know. So I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one.
I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could.
Well, let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady.
Right. I'm glad you meant to be rational there. What about the possibility that the window was open? What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. How can you be so sure? The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, see? But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you? It just won't. They wouldn't have opened it. So what's the point in even having windows, huh? Counsel, you'll kindly refrain from childish bickering. Oh, sorry.
I also wouldn't want to open my windows in the middle of winter, thank you, though.
Somehow I need to show there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. Because this young man isn't going to bed otherwise.
What do you mean by this? Elaborate.
But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not?
With flames of love, I'll have you know.
There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb.
Well, he brought it upon himself, displaying with fire to betray a fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree?
Oh, well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Nyaruhodo.
Never mind you that. The point is we were just having a jovial little dispute. Nothing more. And I won't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime.
Right, well, we'll see about that. But what about juror number 5? He doesn't seem to be turning a hair at his beard at his relentless onslaughts.
It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is.
You just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? The man's future's at stake here. Well, him and me both then, like I said before. What? I told you already. I'm a day laborer, aren't I? I'll bring home some Reddies with me tonight. You'll find me floating face down in things tomorrow morning. What? You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess about, you know. She can be fierce, believe you me. Another shining example of marital bliss, then. Situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, do you know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember. Sorry? It was too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out. Hopeful.
I wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf.
Don't even go there, Miss Usato. There must be some way to jog his memory about this. Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Sorry, what's that? Pick up, lad. Could you tell us more about that fire? Last winter, grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on the top, it did. What a sight to behold it was.
A fire hazard.
You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship? Of course not. It was an angel cake. To celebrate my birthday, obviously.
It seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Nyaruhodo.
Anyway, must have all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but candles went flying all over the room. Furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. But how did you catch a cold from a fire? I'm glad you asked. What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it. The windows. The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. I got a terrible cold from it. Put me in the hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. I knew it was devil worship all along. Something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason.
We needed to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street. As well as how he, or she, could have done it. I like how Soph tries to make everyone somewhat British, but the old man is just an old American prospector. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yes, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced that they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary.
I think you're going to need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation.
Yes. I don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions, just a connection might do the trick. Alright, I'll see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike.
That's the spirit.
Okay. Stabs. Oops. Maybe related to the crime if the window was closed? The window was closed. They didn't add anything to their it's either... You had to open the window to clear the smoke. Okay, he added that. He changed that. So I guess we start with that. X. Boom!
These two juror statements clearly contradict one another. They do? How exactly, counsel? Don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me. Eh, I say, you say. Speak up, lad, speak up. Juror number 3. Do you see? Hey, me? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Yes, of course, but it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, you'd be mad not to open the... Oh. Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire at the Gardev household. And Mr. Gardev had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke. Oh, my hat! Apparently she has something to say. Ma'am? Juror number 4. Do you have something to say about that?
Chugging
Mrs. Gardev.
Oh, dearie me. What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am?
It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now.
What is it?
When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window?
What? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating?
The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window.
And what if we did? Oh, alright then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering.
Even though your house was on fire?
Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise.
Of course. I should have realized.
That's a significant step forward, Mr. Nyaruhodo. You've managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have that added to Mrs. Garredeb's formal statement.
Okay.
So do we put 3 against 4?
I suppose so.
Or maybe not,
Right.
since they both changed their
Well-
statements?
Yes, the window was open at the time. I'd been forgotten. It's definitely a possibility. I'll make a save, but I feel like... I feel like so because he's like, well, it's a possibility. And she's outright saying it, you know?
Yeah.
Worth a shot.
Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
I'm sorry, but as the foreman of the jury, I have to object. That's complete nonsense.
What?
I'm a banker, don't forget. An educated man. And there's no contradiction as far as I can see.
Right, sure, Mr. Foreman. I'll not permit a women's school attack against the good members of the jury council. There's nothing whimsical about it.
It's very important to listen carefully to every juror, Mr. Nyaruhodo.
We are.
You can decide where the contradiction really lie.
Oh my gosh.
Where the contradictions really lie, if there are any.
I'm going to get my health point back. Shut up. I'm going to get my health point back. Let me go. Yes. Okay. Window could have been open when the woman was throwing books. I mean, it's definitely a possibility. Yes, the window was open at the time. I clean forgotten. Those 3 books of his. Do we press it?
The first book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And inside of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garrett had told us he had been reading.
Well, I really couldn't say.
On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading?
I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, though I hurled it straight at him. And now you've come to mention it. Yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right.
Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset?
Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on as well, you know.
I really don't.
I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it. You have something to talk about? What do you remember?
What is it, juror number 5? You know something? I've remembered what it was. A memory I'd blocked out. Ah. He was listening to what this granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back.
Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Gardeb, or the maid, I'll have you know.
Man doesn't even flinch. See something that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work, like. Put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard of the half of it, boy. Oh? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I'd lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me, it did. An inch deep. No words, just terror. Oh, smell then, you know. A god-awful stench of the flames. Oh, sure, I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. No, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll not use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it.
Mr. Nyaruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined.
No, I wasn't thinking that.
Throwing household objects at people is... well, it's so uncivilized.
Just suplex them instead.
Yeah, just suplex them instead. At least attack with honor. Like, using a bow or the like.
What? Attack? Who are you going to attack?
Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think.
Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare.
I could see Susato doing Kudo. This one. Go for it.
So statements clearly have a deeply significant connection. Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Plain counsel, at once. You're number 2. Do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative?
Oh my. Whatever do you mean?
An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? We've demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, was found at the scene of the crime. Originated in Mr. Garrett's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garrett household to the streets below. Hey, what's that now? After all, Mrs. Garrett could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4?
What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole?
I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, she's had a feeling this might be what happened.
Now you listen here, you English gala. As a foreman in this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house. What? What is it?
Really taking a big gamble here. I have a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain, at the very least, this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, try to explain the defense's statement. The other object that found its way from the Garrett household to the scene of the crime was...
Jackknife?
Juror number 4. Mrs. Garrett.
What now?
I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Good Lord, Counsel, what on earth are you doing? It's the weapon that was lodged in the victim's back, man. Oh, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garrett were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garrett was hurling anything she could at her husband, who had been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene.
You can't seriously believe that. The book was found in the victim's grasp.
Are you saying that it flew out the window and across the street to land neatly in a hand? Oh, even my missus hadn't got a name like that. Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why. We must not allow this trial to end. Not right now.
Oh my.
Egg. Mrs. Garrett, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not?
Oh,
Thud.
my lord. I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all.
Thank you, madam.
Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions.
Mr. Foreman. I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, mind. Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about all this at the moment either.
All together now, ladies and gents. Losing my voice.
Mrs. Garrett, go.
Hmm?
Mrs. Garrett wasn't in her chair.
I know I said I'm losing my voice. It's like I squeaked at the end of. Oh, okay. I guess
Right.
you're saying it in return to everybody all at once now.
No, the maid is missing.
Oh.
We did it?
Why did I say?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Nyaruhodo.
So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. The trial will continue. It's not there.
That was you. Thought you were reading a line saying losing my voice. Nope. I squeaked at the end of the foreman's line. So I'm like, whoop.
Well then, Lord Van Zykes, how does the prosecution wish to proceed?
This trial is rapidly descending into a farce.
You're a farce. fart's face.
Good one. Like a corked wine. The first few sips are bitter enough.
Yep, there it is.
But what follows is so pungent. It's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Van Zykes. The defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke, to which I barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourself better with the relative positions of those places being discussed.
What do you mean by that? What's the thing of this time?
It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garrideb household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garrideb's house to the scene is some, yes, 15 yards.
Let me see. 15 yards. That's around 14 meters.
14 meters? Oh, that's a little further than I imagined.
And, as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb.
Why are we assuming that she'd already been stabbed when she found the book?
Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a near-identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots.
There's nothing I can say to that.
That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice.
It's Susato.
Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he?
Maybe let's pick our battles here.
My lord, might I be allowed to speak?
As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense, yes. Go ahead.
The prosecution may consider the idea fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garrideb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination.
Ain't alive! Cross-examination of a juror.
Hello, Alan. Welcome in.
Order, order! Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Well, maybe you should have done better research on who you're pulling into the stand to make sure there was no... what's the word? Oh my gosh, I totally lost the phrase. When you know someone, and you probably shouldn't be asked because you're a biased opinion. I can't remember the phrase. Whatever, it's gone now. I tried. Yeet.
And unnecessary.
Look, Lord Van Zykes?
There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown to the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume that they would be able to testify accordingly.
Let's see, witnesses. Yes, sir. Constable Rowley Beat reporting for duty, sir.
Well, good morning, officer.
5 of those until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of villain who's appeared on my beat, sir.
Oh, they're so heroic, these London bobbies.
Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more.
Oh, Rowley, my hero! You make me swoon.
Like horse's reins. Since it's hanging in his mouth.
Yeah?
Very well, I hereby reject the defense's request.
He's not the knight in shining armor. He's the horse with the knight in shining armor.
And she'd like to go for a ride.
Oh my god.
The uniform stays on.
The uniform stays on.
Oh.
And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith that, before the court, any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events. Yes, sir.
Constable Beats report.
This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. Believe me, London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garrett house are top hinged casements.
Obviously, if anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help. My trusty Rowley was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Sure.
Well, here's quite startling. Top hinged casement windows.
That detail was not in the police report, Constable.
Ah, yes, sure about that. I must have been a little drowsy.
You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable.
No, sir.
Next time I'll be docking your pay.
Sorry, but what exactly is a top finished casement window?
And you... You cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend.
Of course. Sorry. That I don't understand London architecture and engineering after being here for 2 days.
Yep.
I found it, Mr. Nyaruhodo. For whatever reason, this really niche term is inside my book. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garredeb's room.
Alright, I'll try. Imagine if you will.
So, the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. But as it's a top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see.
I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount.
It prevents it opening? This is all news to me. Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife would have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. No.
You see the problem then? Good. Your education on Windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road.
Now you're ready to use your computer.
That is, unless the window pane had been shattered. Something we've discounted already.
That can't be.
Did you see that, Rhodey? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony.
Oh yes, my darling. I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me.
Oh, Rhodey, you're so strong.
Y'all are fucked up. How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet. Not already my argument's been destroyed. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again. The court awaits your cross-examination.
I'm better, Yunosuke.
My lord. Oh, good. What a desperate situation.
Not good for my blood pressure.
Okay, before we get to the cross-examination, we are at the top of the hour here, so we should go ahead and take our hourly ad break to keep pre-roll ads off for you guys. So if you'll hang tight for just a minute, we will be right back after these ads. All right, we're back. Also, hi guys, welcome in. Thanks for the raid, Candy and Havoc. Welcome in, welcome in. Were you guys playing Stardew together? I hope you guys had a.
Might have been.
Yeah, it looks like it might have been. I hope you guys had a fun night playing Stardew. Stardew's real fun to play. Also, thank you for the follow, Candy. Welcome to the memory database. I hope you enjoy your time here. We're doing Ace Attorney tonight. But yeah, here.
Oh.
What?
I don't think we've even ever played Stardew together.
I think we played it once whenever with Aria because we couldn't play Mario Kart.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, because my Wi-Fi sucks. But yeah, hi guys, welcome in. Let me introduce myself here real quick for everyone who doesn't know me. My name is Michiu. You guys can call me Michi. I am a digital archivist, meaning I'm here to make shining memories with you all. And tonight we're doing it with Soph and the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We're going through and doing some voice acting stuff, just cold read things and having a good time. So I hope you guys enjoy listening to us and going through the story together. Because I quite like the Ace Attorney series. It's honestly one of my favorite series of all time. It truly is. But yeah, welcome everyone. You guys need a break from the other stream, please take a break. But other than that, if you guys want to just kick back and relax, we are here. What's the word? We are here to give you, I guess. Oh my goodness! thanks for the look at my attorney's badge. I see your attorney's badge as far. Oh my god. But yeah, we are here to entertain you guys, so please have a kickback. I don't know, I can't talk. Whenever I start talking, I have half of a brain, and when I start talking, who knows? I just need to read words. Okay, we were getting into our cross-examination here, and we've already read through that, so let's press. How does that have anything to do with them?
How do you say that for certain? Very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It is the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty.
He should have said before, didn't he?
Did he? I can't say I remember. You patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. It's what the job's all about. And this is why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes admittedly, sir.
Oh, Rolly, you're so manly.
Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly.
God damn it.
What?
It took me entirely too fucking long to figure out the joke here. Pat and Rolly. Patrolly.
Oh my gosh. Patrolly beat. Patrolling the beat. Oh my.
That's like the 4th time they did that too.
I know. And I've been thinking about it because they usually have pun names, and so I was really thinking about it. I'm like, Rolly, Pat, Rolly. I'm like, I'd never put 2 and 2 together that they're a duo, and so their names must be read as a duo. I swear.
Yeah. I was like, what's a Rolly B?
Yeah.
B
I know. What's a Pat B? I was like, what is Patricia B? Pat B? I don't know what I'm supposed to gain from this, but whatever.
No, none of this is what I meant.
If you didn't say it, I wouldn't have known. I know. It took me a minute. Man, this game is good.
So, I saw Michi earlier that apparently whenever people need to come up with puns, it was like, go find Soph.
So you got a good witty word association or pun thing to enlighten us with, please. Thanks.
Aria messaged me the other day. I guess this is whenever you and I were on call last. And she's like, I really need a good pun, Ace Attorney-esque name.
Yeah,
Can you come up with one for me? And I was like, sure. And somewhere along the line, I came across the term House Dick, which is apparently a hotel detective.
Yes.
No, that's not the name I provided you with.
Man, this seems good. I love the series. This is the first time I'm playing through Chronicles. So Adventure and oh gosh, what's the other one? The 2 games in Chronicles are both new to me. But
I wanted to say Rebirth, but that's not right.
That's not right.
It starts with an R, I think.
Does it? Revelation?
I was looking at it earlier.
The Revelation? I can't remember. But regardless, I haven't played through this particular game yet, but I played the original trilogy, or the majority of the original trilogy, about 10 years ago or so. And Soph and I have replayed through that, or played through that, this past, pretty much the majority of 2023. And we finished that up at close to the end of the year. And so that was really exciting to finish up and experience again, but I've loved this series for so long. Like, it's so good. It's so good, and I was so happy to see when they brought Chronicles over. There we go, resolve, that's the word. Resolve. But I was so excited to see them bring this over because this game came out in 2017, I think? And I was like, oh,
I think it's early.
They're never gonna bring this over. Like, no way they're gonna bring this over. Like, it's been too long since it's been released. Sure enough, though, they released it on Switch. And not only that, but they're redoing, you know, Apollo Justice got re-released on Steam the other day. And I hope they do the same for the Miles Edgeworth and Phoenix Wright versus Layton. That would be super cool. But yeah, I'm excited to play this game. This game's been real fun so far. Similar, but a different vibe from the trilogy. This one's probably your favorite in the whole series. Well, I'll take. I would believe it though. I've had a really great time with this. It's been real fun. Okay.
I'm definitely good at coming up with distinct British and also old man voices. Clearly, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, obviously Soph and I are professional voice actors, so
yeah.
We definitely do very unique, very well thought out and remembered voices, because the characters all have the same voice every time we give them to them.
Yeah.
Every time.
And then, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett? Oh, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir. Yes, well, so could you answer the question? As well as time, then. Absolutely, sir. I'll answer it to the fullest of my abilities, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. Gerdeb and Mrs. Gerdeb's domestic dispute can't be related to this case. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing. Yes? I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand that the Great British Institution is Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London bobbies. Now we uphold our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears.
A work card?
Thank you. I'll try.
Constable Beat's warrant card has been entered into the court record. Why have you given me your warrant card? Hold on, sir.
I guess we need to look at it.
A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigation and help detectives.
I don't know what to do with that right now.
I don't know. I'll keep it in mind, though. Tell us about the top hinged casement windows.
By which you mean they don't fully open fully, is that correct? Yes, sir. They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see? So they're restricted as to how much they open. So your wife can't throw you out one.
Safety precautions, sir.
And therefore anything thrown out of the window from the inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where objects would have fallen.
Yes. Directly opposite the scene of the crime on the other side of a rather wide road. Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top-hinged casement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable. And what would that be, sir? How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's house is furnished with? Huh, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday. Ma'am?
She's simping.
You shrimp posture check.
I
Do you have something to add, Miss Veed?
don't think a posture check's gonna help her.
No.
Sorry.
You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that?
Oh, I was just remembering. That's all. We really were so lucky.
Serotonin in my courtroom? Suspicious. Explain!
Explain.
Lucky? What do you mean?
Also, thank you for the hydration.
Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see.
Oh, I hadn't realized.
What did they move the body? So it wasn't on his beat.
Moved it across the
They
street.
moved it across the street.
Oh yes, that street. Excuse me, sorry, my allergies are acting up. Must be a
That's-
fire in the room. Oh yes, that street. Briar Road. That's the boundary between Merrill's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love? He says yes.
Constable B, Huh? Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garrett household yesterday. The house is on my beat, you see, sir. Huh. I really was cutting it close then.
Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garrett household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well?
Outside Mr. Garrett's house? Yes, ma'am. Pavement on the side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of that.
Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of the Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby after all.
Extraordinary people, our Bobbies. Tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners.
Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Broly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling?
That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we make sure we have that information officially on record.
Would you please add that to your statement?
Leave it to me, Mr. Nyaruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately.
The case file's information has been updated in the court record.
And now it's my turn, I think.
According to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark.
Don't you remember I told you London eyes are sharp? Sharper than any others.
I eat my carrots.
Oh, but Broly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star.
Sorry?
The star that will guide us to eternal happiness.
Can't it guide you to answer the question? If a flaming bolt had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star.
And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Broly be an inspector, I would have said. 3 times at least.
Of course, well, with the smoke and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars.
In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you?
Yes, sir, that is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir.
Wants to make sure he gets all those saws in.
Maximum respect for the man who can kill you.
Yep.
It certainly seems like they're telling the truth.
And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her.
Yes, and you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer. Is that right?
That's right, yes. If it had been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course.
Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expecting to know the location of every police box on every beat.
So Rolly told me the way. Only, I sort of got a little lost on the way.
Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your total sense of direction's bewitching to me. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly.
Oh, please.
So, I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed.
I'm off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir. You guys need a work-life balance.
Talk to Kaching about that.
Nothing to report. That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. I looked away for a second, like when I was face down asleep in the snow. No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on God's honor, sir. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir? Strange, sir? Something altogether regular to me. The third copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Nyaruhodo household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time?
Suddenly I'm very sleepy.
Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well. Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, the book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. Two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back, and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them.
Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir.
Absolutely fucking not. Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell.
What? I wasn't really... I mean, what's she doing?
About to sucker punch you with her husband's hands.
Please. Just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am.
I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you.
No excuses, I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you let me speak, won't you?
Yes, Miss Speed. I'll allow you to supplement your testimony if you desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. Has a very loud mutter.
I heard that. That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Oh, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't.
Duly noted, Mrs. Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue.
What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder?
The N-word.
I sure hope not.
I knew what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction's a little off sometimes, though.
Why did you want
Just
to say
like
that?
Aria.
Huh?
It's just like Aria.
She's blonde hair, blue eyes with a bow. Pink.
Well, technically the model's pink haired.
True. Oh, right, yeah. Blue eyes, pink and a bow.
There you go. Mrs. Beat, nobody's questioning what you feel with us.
I saw it, I did. That evening I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny coat's back slinking away from the scene.
Ah,
And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky.
all very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction?
Oh, yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so cross.
You have something to say about that?
Chota!
Constable B. Is there a problem? Hey, who? No, sir. No problem, sir. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering that same thing happened that evening is all. You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find the police box in the next beat over for mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15.
Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. The reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly.
The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about?
Oh, it was a present from our wedding anniversary. Early's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and half pennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds.
Yes, how romantic.
I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling?
Ah! Huh? Oh, yes. But that was just between us. Not talking about anyone else, darling. You have to promise.
Hey, pennies. I felt that was probably half pennies, yeah. Considering it was like an apostrophe.
Really? Oh.
What was that all about? Constable Beat looked obviously troubled during that exchange.
I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Nyaruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. B about that bouquet.
Mrs. B, this bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please.
Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to.
Benzi's just like,
What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
I mean, you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime?
Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. We ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Roller gave me. It was in a dark spot where the street lights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice it first.
And then you went to the police box, reported to the policeman whose beat it was on?
Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
In case you need reminding, Mrs. B, the victim is not deceased.
I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road.
Your husband, presumably?
hold on a second. Someone let my dog in. He wants on the bed, and he's too tiny to get on the bed. He needs help. Come here, Tobo. Come on. Here you go, Night. Go to sleep. Gotta make that ramp for him. Gotta let him be independent. Get himself on the bed.
That's right, silly me. I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time, I can't think how it got there. I really can't.
The bouquet somehow moved from one side of Rare Road to the opposite. Yes, the bouquet.
Yeah.
Curious indeed.
Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. The beautiful rose Rolly bought me. With that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting.
By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry, solitary rose?
Oh! Oh, yes! Yes, that's it! That's the bouquet Rolly gave me for our anniversary. With all bits of change he found in the gutter.
Maybe just call it a rose. Hello, Lord Van Zyx. Where did you come by the flower?
According to the Orchard's Mechanic Analyst card now. I'm sorry. According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation. It was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garrett household.
In front of Garrett's house?
Although it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Could I please have it back now? Please?
Mighty suspicious.
No, I think for good measure this rule should be added to the court record as evidence. And then burned later.
Oh.
The anniversary bouquet has been entered into the court record.
But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back.
Good grief. Rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget, Mrs. Peace. I mean, I feel like anytime personal effects are added as evidence, they're supposed to be handed back afterwards.
Yeah, typically. Are you sure you didn't take your eyes off for 1 second?
Nothing to report. That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Except the body. I can swear to that on the yard's honor, sir. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir? Strange, sir? Seems altogether regular to me. This current copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Garrett household. The question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Aha! Could be a different copy, sir. One that just happened to be burnt as well.
We've gone through this
Feels
before.
familiar.
Yeah. I was thinking just the same thing. I think that did she add something to her testimony and that's what it was? And then it was put in the middle. It's very familiar. Good in the book in her hand, yeah. Deja vu.
Yes, Mr. Nyaruhodo, your drifting is very impressive.
No drifting in the courtroom. Oh. Ew.
The whole idea of an invisible attacker has been troubling me all along. But I believe I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened here now. The fourth book that had no business being the scene of the crime. Made me sure that Mrs. Garrett was hiding something from us. It's becoming increasingly clear that someone else has been hiding something from us as well. I think I may already be armed with everything I need to strike a decisive blow here. This time, I'm just going to expose the whole truth about this mysterious affair.
Okay. What do we have? Anything
Fish and
exciting?
chips.
I don't know if it's that newspaper. If there's endless roses that came out of this, I might be able
That's
to.
why it's a bouquet.
Yeah, it's what's a it's what's a bouquet. It's a singular rose at a time. I don't see anything exciting about it.
An English rose. It's such a beautiful flower.
This is Rose, is it? I've never seen one before.
Do you not take an interest in flowers, Mr. Nyaruhodo?
I wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know 3 types at least.
Gosh, 3?
Yes. Plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom.
You fucker! I knew you were gonna say that. I was literally just about to say, was it cherry blossom, plum blossom? I forgot about peach blossom, but I was like, he's definitely gonna say plum blossom, cherry blossom.
Perhaps you should consider branching out. Learn some that aren't fruit tree based, for example.
I knew he was gonna do that.
Flower.
Apple blossom. You know, I don't know. Oh, I guess, okay, I'm not sure if they had them back in the day. But there's only like one region of Japan that's like known for apples.
Is it Fuji?
That would be funny, wouldn't it? Now, that would be very funny now, wouldn't it? I'm not sure if they actually grow them on Fuji or if it's just a strain that they've named after Fuji. But the Aomori prefecture is known for their apples. I'm not sure if it's what specific strain, breeds, whatever you want to call them, they have there. But the Aomori prefecture is okay. The thing about Japan is that it seems like every prefecture has like a specialty. And so, all the specialties are only most things only come from like one region, and they're stupid expensive because they're specialties. There's nothing like plain about a lot of stuff. But the Aomori prefecture is like the apple prefecture.
Huh.
Okay. After that, Japanese fun fact for you all. Strive to preserve the peace within the log B. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his B every day for the furtherance of community relations. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the B in which they were discovered. When a crime is discovered on his B, a policeman must assist with initial investigation to help detectives. That's probably the item we're looking for. But I'm not sure how to apply it yet. Yeah, like some places sell $200 square melons. Yeah, they do. That's why purely what people buy is good since it tastes exactly the same as other melons. Yeah, it's the novelty. I'm not sure
if somebody bought me a $200 melon, I would slap them.
With the melon?
No, that sounds heavy.
Hmm.
Also painful.
True. But yeah, I'm not sure which prefecture has it, but I know there's like an area in Japan that's known for growing strawberries, and they are ridiculously expensive, I've been told. But every prefecture has their specialty. And like, I feel like there's a lot of prefectures that grow rice, and so there's not just like a rice prefecture, but they have like their own strain of rice where it's like, well, our rice is special because of this and this and blah blah blah, so here's our quality seal of approval, this is why you should buy our rice.
And that's why it's expensive.
Hmm?
And this is why it's expensive.
And this is, yeah, exactly, and this is why it's expensive.
I feel like having expensive rice defeats the purpose of rice.
Kind of, yeah. Okay, I'm off track. I got distracted by fruit blossoms. What was I coming to look for?
We gotta figure out why the body was moved, even though we know why the body is moved. We just gotta tell them why the body is
We gotta find point B out of point A to point C.
This man's wanted his date night, and his body was like, nah.
Yeah, this body was like, nah, and then he was like, well, guess we gotta do some work here. Hey, wifey of mine, go find this police box. This ain't my beat. Off with you now. Okay, she's out of view now. Gotta drag this weird olive lady to the other side of the road.
He probably just rolled her like Cattorney.
You know, she probably could have just rolled her like Cattorney. Okay, what is he saying? It has nothing to do with the Gyarados. Windows top floor or top hinge casements. Oops, obviously. If anything. Ah! Hey, slow down. If anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was to make sure nothing was disturbed. What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while. I didn't take my eyes off the scene of the crime for a moment and saw nothing strange or put on that front, what do I make of this? What's point B? What's point B? Olive green. Miss Olive. Anything being gleaned from this knife? Shing! Oh, right! I forgot about that. Oh, look here, Mr. Nyaruhodo. Just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing.
You're right! Well spotted, Mrs. Susto.
I wonder what could have happened to it.
Yes. You don't think... You could still be lodged in the victim, do you?
Oh dear. I hope not. That sounds terribly painful.
I forgot about the nicked knife here. I don't think that'll help us right now, but it's there. Burn book. Burn book. Already looked at the burn book. Lion's Pride. Work card, Rose. What do I do? It's almost 11. My brain's a bit fried.
He's insisting that nothing got moved, but the rose is quote unquote on the other end of the or other side of the street.
True.
Which implies something that did get moved. Be it the poke or something else.
Yeah. Ching, 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 ching. Drop my bouquet and lose my way for a while. Oops. Ah, shit. Getting trigger happy again. slowly this time. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. I'm gonna make a save. It doesn't hurt. And we'll try presenting the rose since it supposedly moved. Nothing strange to report on that. Why did the rose move? Oh, the music stopped.
You claim, Constable Pete. There is nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes regarding the scene. But that cannot be.
What do you mean to say?
In your testimony just now, Mrs. Pete, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to Pete, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road, where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, the single sorry blossom can be so described.
You don't gotta be big about it, man.
No doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs.
My goodness, he's gotten like the first case, he was like pretty chill, and he's just gotten meaner and meaner.
Meager!
But if that were the case, why did Constable Pete not testify to the fact?
No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me! It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure.
No, because sadly it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around.
What are you talking about?
Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mrs. Garredeb's book. Mr. Garredeb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of a casement window and landed here, on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road, in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet could have been dropped here at the scene of the crime, on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road, in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garredeb's house. There's no logical explanation for those things. Unless somebody deliberately moved them.
Oh my gosh, do their scars connect? I did not realize that. They were just matching.
Oh.
What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong. Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Whittering on about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is.
Oh good. Mrs. Garredeb's come around. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garredeb. But deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called,
Tampering, Mr. Nyaruhodo.
the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it. For a very subtle but compelling reason.
Tampering. You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who could have possibly had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception?
Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture.
Gladly.
Who are you saying was responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime?
Sherlock Sholmes. I
mean, yeah, probably.
Potentially.
I forgot that woman's face.
Yeah.
She looks so distraught.
I know she really does. Just like, looks forlornly into the distance.
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable really beat. It was you. What? A policeman? Member of Scotland Yard?
What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. No Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London.
This is B. You said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. All lies. What about the Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
That was true. Constable Beat would have seen him do it.
Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. B, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Well.
First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there's only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime. To hide something.
That's right! He's right! My husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would he have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense.
You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. Until you do. Your accusations are nothing but empty threats.
Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair.
Can we please just say it? Do we have to, don't make us go through another sequence.
Mr. Nyaruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. You're mistaken. I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as loyal be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering.
Happily.
Yes, my lord. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide. Or the victim fell.
Yeah. Get it out of his beat.
Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs.
What?
When the victim fell? You mean when she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
It's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What? What?
Nani?
Omae wa mo shindeiru.
I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Council.
If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening?
Right here.
But Vilesh,
On the opposite side of the road?
I don't understand.
on the evening in question, Mr. Irideb's book fell directly down from the open window above. And your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. Good gracious! Explanations!
Oh dear. Judge, I don't think that's an appropriate conversation to be having in the courtroom. Sir, my lord, please, sir. Okay, before we continue on, because I feel like we're opening a can of worms here as we're getting deeper into this, we have hit the top of the outer here, so we need to do our hourly ad break to keep pre-roll ads off for you guys. So if you'll hang tight here just a second, we will be right back after these ads.
Alrighty. Let's get into it, guys. Let's continue forward.
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. Thank you for the celebrate, Soph. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right, I saw it with my own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. When he saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid. It was actually on the west side of the Briar Road.
No, that's not true. It can't have been.
Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during 15 minutes you were away, he transmitted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print. The victim, herself, 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. Extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing.
What? What did he overlook?
The bouquet, presume?
Exactly.
The prosecution told the
Told the Jort? Oh my goodness.
The prosecution told...
Prosecution's wearing jorts.
The prosecution's wearing jorts. Which I suppose is a lie. We have seen his legs. At least one of them.
But the prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Benzag said, it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Yes. Couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously. As why is only the bouquet? It was found in its original position, the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Rolly Beat. Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important?
Oh, Rolly! Isn't true, is it? What that lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know.
I had a dream. Terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed. Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly! Order, order, order! What on earth is the meaning of all this?
Oh, Rolly, why? Why would you do something like this? Having a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it?
Wishing the victim dead should be one, too. Constable, explain yourself. How would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London Town. I can't say, sir. What? I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation, for Everything? I have a possible explanation. For why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason.
What? How could you possibly know?
Because I'm learned.
You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman.
And yet, Lord Van Zyks is the foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young warrior's theory. Come to the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, think you'd better show some evidence. At once, my lord. England. Japan. It makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions? It's the warrant card, isn't it? Or is that jumping the gun?
I know, I'm not sure. Because if we just press it, I'd be like, what do you mean with this? Blah, blah, blah. 'Cause I know, I'm thinking about the warrant card because of that one line here. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigation and help detectives. But I'm not sure if we should say the anniversary here. Or maybe it's like a twofer thing, right? Like there's two pieces that go towards it. 'Cause sometimes it's like that. Oh. We save. That's what we do. Rose, warrant card. Rose, what gives away the motive to Constable Beat's unthinkable actions? The motive. I'm gonna go with the rose. Let's see. This is the anniversary first.
I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Japan. Which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Keeping the peace, looking after all the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? How? I haven't been paying a lick of attention. On account of this bouquet, my lord.
Oh, yes! It was our very first wedding anniversary!
Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife. And it wasn't even actually his salary that did it.
Nope.
It was fucking money from the gutter.
Yep.
I was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal.
When he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road.
When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of him, what must have gone through the man's mind? That's sad. Just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up the lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policeman, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, policemen must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Aha! Constable B. Is that, or is that not, the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said is all right.
So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat.
Oh,
Exactly. Summarize. The incident actually occurred at on Constable Beat's beat. Good gracious. Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done? It was the first time since I became a copper. I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal will still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, the policeman must assist with the initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did it have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. Couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. Here's the next beat to mine, Pat. So you'll have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Meerschaum Street, and then... I'm... I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
oh, Constable.
I just wanted... Just that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner.
Oh, Rolly.
Just that one night.
You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene out of your jurisdiction. Just across the street, the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care.
You see, I thought... When I was sure the victim was dead, you see. I beg your pardon.
Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have let the poor woman in the freezing cold pavement.
I see your meaning now. got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat.
Oh no, Rolly. It was all my fault. I should have never dropped it in such a dark place. So sorry, Rolly.
And can you tell us, Constable? How many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total? Huh? Oh, 4 it was? Yes. Definitely 4.
3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garrett household, of course.
But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? And all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean. Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it.
How you found it? What do you mean?
When I first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in the hand. You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding? Oh yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir. Huh. Interesting.
The 4th book's information has been updated in the court record. It's a little unsatisfying, but I have a feeling I know what happened.
He picked it up.
Yeah, I have a feeling that the book went flying out first. It fell on the floor, and she's like, "Oh, what's this?" Leans down to pick it up. Knife hits the window, chips, and falls down. Stabs her in the back as she's leaned over.
Oh, yeah. I didn't think about the chip, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only the 2 people at the scene, and Pat and he both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I don't think moving it all over the road would make a jar of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it.
My lord.
Yes, Lord Van Zyx.
Oh, I was not addressing you. I was just commenting on the situation.
My lord!
My lord, Constable! I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Prosecutor, sir. What will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him?
We have to take him out back and shoot him.
Ah. Got rabies. For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always mowing at him for coming home late.
Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired.
All right then, my love.
One last thing, Constable.
Huh?
Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you.
Yes, sir.
Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime.
Never again, sir. You mean to say...
No, we're firing you, but if you happen across the crime scene, don't touch it.
It's still illegal, regardless of your occupation.
Regardless of your occupation. Leave. Now. This trial's not yet over.
Sa.
Goodbye, you two.
Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that?
Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Sosuke Natsume, is the only person who could have possibly committed this crime.
Shut your mouth, Venzai.
No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there's someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back.
Who might that be, my learned friend?
Forgive me for being so presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already.
Lord Van Zykes, is this true?
Very well. Name the person, if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing.
You will name this other person who could have perpetrated the crime.
I don't know who. Who could it be?
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again?
The same person we asked last time, my lord.
My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine the juror number 4. This is Joan Garrideb.
Me? Me? Oh dearie me.
The request has already been denied.
But the situation is different now. Very different, even.
One could
Mrs.
say.
Garrideb, answer to this.
What do you want now, you little toad?
Ribbit, ribbit.
Croak. That's me, I'm croaking.
I feel a little bit, yeah. At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garrideb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. I still think that's ridiculous. And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road.
Well,
So you could feed the fire more oxygen.
Yep.
well, what of it?
You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open top hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down. Finding its way, what we now know to be the true scene of the incident.
Yes, and as I said, what of it?
During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garrideb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before? Were you willing to kill your husband with a throwing knife?
I don't recall it.
Seriously?
Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there is all that regalia said members of the jury need testify, didn't he?
Conveniently, yes.
No. I have no recollection of saying that at all. Juror number 4.
Oh.
Make no mistake. You jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out.
But that's just a common or garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know?
What's that? It's a honk.
It's a honk. Thanks for the honk.
Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Miss Garrett?
Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injure someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it.
Oh, the poor woman.
So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife if that's what you think. Come along now. Chop chop. Do your worst.
Well...
Well, Mr. Nyaruhodo?
If I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Like this knife.
Then take the stand, juror.
Oh?
The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman.
Thank you, more context.
My goodness, my throat. My throat.
I'm going to have to testify.
Juror number 4. As I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware.
Oh, dearie me.
So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garrett. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels?
Certainly, my lord.
Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. You still can't believe that everyone agreed to it.
Oh, wow. Everything's going my way for once. I must be dreaming.
It's such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real.
I'm a lawyer.
I'm here, in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer.
Witness, state your name and occupation.
Oh, yes. My name is Joan Gardeb. And I'm a juror and such like.
It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid, or what anymore. The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam?
Yes, my lord.
You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
Oh, dearie me.
I assume it's her husband.
I'm assuming so too.
Get up, Jimmy! Nothing to worry about now.
Oh, I didn't know you were here, John.
Time for this man to get a fourth voice.
Yep.
Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? I think I ought to testify as well, don't you?
But what about your knee, dear?
Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John?
I presume you're Mr. John Garrideb? Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were.
The quiet life. Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question?
Ah, well, yes. Quite. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband.
Conflict of interest, that's what I was looking for earlier.
Perhaps moving forward, we might actually do, I don't know, background checks and stuff?
Check relations of one person to another so that we don't have any more conflicts of interest where we have to call a juror to the witness stand.
You'll recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Sir, at once. At least 2 of the people live relatively close, because I cannot imagine juror number 6 live very far. For him to be trekking to your books in the middle of or in
Yeah,
the evening.
probably not. The Battle of Garrideb.
Yes, on the day you're referring to. The wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked the candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out there and got the window open.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I noticed if 1 or 2 were missing, I'm afraid. If that bolly thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think. Sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening.
Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems.
Enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, it would have been toast. She would have thrown a knife right through my chest. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment. Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here? Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife.
In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than... These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end.
At first, that was very Godot of him.
I know. I started talking and I was like, this feels familiar.
Van Sykes may well be right.
Well, whatever the chances. We only had this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Nyaruhodo.
Yes, I'm afraid so. Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination.
Cross-examination time.
Battle of Garadam. But yeah, there was a certain cadence to that. I was like, ooh. Very smooth.
Also, the very metaphorical way of talking.
Yes. Not only that, he's pulling along. Van Sykes is so weird. I don't have a full grasp of him yet, because at first it seems like he's kind of chill and like he's here for justice, right? Or at least the truth. And then we meet him this round, and I don't know what his preconceived notions are, or if he's just trying to get a win, or maybe it's the pride being like, oh my gosh, this kid, this child defeated me. I have a grudge now. But there's a point in quite a bit in here where I'm just like, oh my gosh, he's really the offensive here. This is I don't know. But then we get he's here to be unbearably hot and smoldery. That's perfect. I'm happy with that. But
And his jorts.
And his jorts, apparently. I don't know if I want to see him jorts, to be honest. But once we kind of solidified that, hey, the body got moved, he's changed his tune. He's working with us again. You know, he's like, I said no before to this testimony, but I'll allow it. I said no such thing. He's changed his tune, and now he's being more metaphorical and suave and this and that. I'm just like, what is going on here? I don't know how to read this man. I still like him a lot, but I don't know how to read him yet. He's kind of bouncing. He's a man of many facets. I almost said a man of many faucets. He's just full.
Let that sink in.
Let that sink. Let that sink in.
I did not expect that to tickle you, so.
I didn't hear it. At first I was like, oh yeah, sink in. I'm like, I'll let that sink in, you know? I'll let this. Oh. Oh my gosh. He wants justice, but was corrupted by pride of being wrong, and now he woke up and wants justice? Oh my god, that's why. I'm not even gonna reply to that. I don't know what he wants. I don't know, he's changed his tune. I've noticed it. Because at first I'm like, oh my gosh, it's a rare occasion to come across a prosecutor where it's I'm not instantly oh man, this is our enemy, you know? If it's oh, this is just our, the opposite side, right? This is not someone who's fighting against us so much as, providing a different viewpoint. And so it was really nice to be oh, he's a prosecutor that's not going to, attack us verbally or physically and, work with us and not hide evidence from us and give us the updated autopsy report. And then here he goes with this one where he gives us the updated photo, the updated crime scene photo, man. But I don't know. He's pretty cool though. I want to know why he started at the beginning of this trial differently. Depending on how you feel about the term "my learned Nipponese friend." I know, I could see it.
It feels condescending to me.
It does feel condescending. It was at first though, I'm like, oh, but he's been pretty amicable the first trial, and then he goes to this trial. So I don't know where that term comes from. What's the word? If it's condescending or respect, or maybe it bounces back and forth depending on his mood. I don't know, but
the British bless your heart.
The what?
The British bless your heart.
Pretty much, my learned friend, my learned Nipponese friend. But
I don't know.
There's
something that Kazuma was supposed to come here to look into.
Yeah.
And there's something weird about the fact that Van Sykes left.
Yeah.
And there's something weird about the fact that he even came back.
Yes.
And it's also heavily implied that he's not actually killing anybody, but someone else is doing it in his name?
In a way, yeah.
With or without him knowing.
Yes.
Is the vibe that I got.
At the very least, it's connected to him.
Right.
It's strange. There's so many things going on here, and I feel like we don't have enough time. Even though the cases take so much longer, I don't think we're going to wrap everything up in the next one. So I think we were talking over the ad break. I think it's really going to be resolved, honestly. Like, there's so many questions. Oh, for prefacing here, during the ad break, Soph and I were talking about. I made a comment along the lines of like, I'm seeing a pattern here where none of these cases really kind of are like. They're not following the original Ace Attorney recipe, if you would, right, for a trial. Like, everything's been a little weird, and if we've never been able to prosecute a murderer, and all the other times have been quote-unquote accidental deaths in a way. Like, with this one, I'm assuming this was an accidental death. And so, like, as unsatisfying as that is, I feel like that's the truth, though. And it just... I don't... there's too much going on, and there's too much, like... They put too much thought into it, and it's really well executed in other places. I don't think this is where they're failing, and why it's a bad game. I think they're building up to something. But I don't know what they're building up to, is the thing. It's one reason why this game's my favorite. Yeah, it has a different recipe to it, and I'm enthralled. Don't get me wrong, I'm enthralled. Even though I'm not satisfied with these answers they're giving me, I'm still enthralled because they've done it in a way, and they presented the rest of the story in the game in a way where I know that this is intentional. There's something behind this, you know? And so I'm on the edge of my seat, excited for it. But anyway, I don't know where I was going with this thought. I've derailed. I don't even know where I started with that. Sorry, go ahead.
So, I guess it was just whatever it is that Van Zyke said before this.
Oh yeah, I was talking about. I'm like, why was he nice? And he kind of was a dick, and I'm like, he's kind of nice again. Where I was like, I don't know what's up with this man. Anyway, let's continue.
I think he's just married to the job.
Yeah.
But he's also not so single-minded as to be like, prosecution is all there is.
Yeah.
And then he kills them. But, you know, whatever.
Yep, he himself. He's like, yes, let's go on a murder spree. I was the serial killer all along.
It's entirely possible. I could be wrong. He could just be the guy behind killing the people who got away.
I sure hope not. I want to be sad.
He puts on his killing jorts and goes to town.
No! No! Not...
Only I could draw. I need to learn to draw so I can make horrible memes.
Make horrible memes. The killing jorts.
I've been saying that for a long time. Like the killing games.
Yeah.
With jorts.
With jorts. Easy. It's like...
The reason... Oh?
Sorry, I was just saying it's like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, but instead of just like him maniacally turning into a second personality, he puts on the jorts and suddenly he's a serial killer.
Yes, jorts in 1920 London.
Yeah, most certainly. It was it was that one juror that goes, oh goodness, what'd she say? I do declare. She brought the genes over from Southern America with her. Okay, I will let you continue.
Denim shorts became popular in the late 1960s. So, still can't figure out when they were invented.
When were jeans invented? The thing to look up. Let's see. When were denim jeans?
1873. But those were designed as work pants, whereas jorts were more of a fashion statement?
Yeah. Well, you can take a pair of Levi's and hack them off at the thigh.
Yeah. Who's Levi and what did he do to you? Go Arya always threatens to take people's knees.
I guess he threatens to take people's thighs.
Upsetting. Thick thighs do not save lives here.
Apparently not.
The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe.
Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was tucked into the page of a book belonging to Mr. Garrideb.
A rather passionate note, in fact. But Mrs. Garrideb found the note, discovering her husband's little secret, which wasn't broken.
Yep.
And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it, too.
What a sordid state of affairs.
Hell on earth.
I say, when a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency not to drag it all up. Besides, half of it was wide off the mark anyway.
A likely story.
These waters run very deep. Y'all might have super advanced court system, but what you really need to invent is couples therapy.
Just therapy in general would probably be beneficial.
True. And what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face?
Candlestick fire.
And the fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it? Bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. Just so happens there's some bathwater around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out. A most precarious situation you put yourself in. Out is a 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street, where the water main isn't connected yet. Here we go, 5th floor suite, whatever. Have to draw water from a public water pump during the day if you need any, you see?
The lodge is always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although that little mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe.
The defendant, Mr. Natsume, you mean?
Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off.
Have you actually seen the state of the man?
I believe he uses all of his income to buy books.
Well, anyway, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough. Even though the room was on fire?
As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. My anger? Yes, my anger. My anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. It is most certainly not true of a sister takedown, Mr. Nyaruhodo.
How did you know I was thinking that? So, please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day?
In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out, I'm no monster. Let me see. Bread, cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge, a napkin. You have something to say?
Do you have something to add, sir? It's impressive. Mr. Garrideb. Hey, don't shoot. Sorry, beg your pardon? Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind? Nothing of any significance. No. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction. Someone more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall. Ouch. And the woman's aim is uncanny. She landed directly with, ah! Good grief, woman. Well, now there's a court of law.
Oh, dearie me. Ever so sorry, dear.
What's she even doing with the teapot in here?
Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously.
Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened? Your pipe, sir? Had this thing in my hand, as usual, at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out of one of her soft projectiles, she did. Yes. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage. I see. Your pipe was broken. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now.
You're one to exaggerate, aren't you, my dear?
I wonder what we should make of this account.
Oh no, why are you asking me this at midnight? Why are you asking me this at midnight? Is this important? Is it a red herring? Hell if I know. I guess important, because if we're trying to get to the point where the knife is thrown out the window, it needs to be a hard object, not a soft one, right? So if he's testifying that these are objects that can break a pipe, then I guess? I saved.
The defense believes Mr. Garedub's remarks just now to be of great significance.
This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife, and pipes, as well as hearts, may be broken.
Why are we getting philosophical with this? Why are we... You... did whatever crawl up your ass and made you such a dick earlier? Like, did you dislodge that and finally become a nice guy again? Like... You not grumpy anymore? Were you hangry?
Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony.
Indeed. Common sense, one might say. Might one?
In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Well, I don't see why not.
Oh, dearie me. There you go again, trying to... Ingratiate yourself with a young lady.
Very well, the court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence.
The pipe has been entered into the court record. Okay, before we touch the pipe, let's... it's the top of the hour. I can speak and think. It's the top of the hour. It's time for the hourly ad break. So, you guys will hang tight for just a minute. We're going to do our ads, and we'll be right back. So, we'll be right back. Alrighty. Thanks for the celebrate. Immediately. Okay. Let's see. We're gonna go for a little bit longer. And hopefully wrap up in the next 30 minutes or so. Which won't let you celebrate. Match? I don't know why you can't celebrate. Double to celebrate.
I got you, fam.
You can't redeem anything? That's so weird. I don't know why.
Did you run out of points? Too much celebrating?
I'm celebrating. Thank you. I see your.
I keep reading that as Shark. I keep reading that as Sharknado.
Sharknado! The great Sharknado. Thank you. I see your attorney's bad. The great Skinardo. You have 15k points. I'm not surprised. I need to come up with fun things to redeem them.
I have some points.
Some. Just some. A small
Just
handful.
Just a very big hand, but you know.
You've accrued a palm full of nipples.
A what?
That's my currency. Nipples.
I misheard.
Oh, what do you think I said? Oh, did you?
Don't worry about it. Just don't worry about
Don't worry about it. Don't worry
worry about it. The pipe has been entered into the court record. That's what we need to worry about.
Look at Geofish got entered in the court record.
I hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Nyaruhodo. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down.
Oh no, that's fine. Thanks to Susude-san, we have some new evidence to work with. Should examine it carefully. Well, thank you for that. Rebuttal, Mr. Garrett. Now, if we could return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim? So it was the right answer, but also the wrong answer?
Huh?
They didn't
Oh.
acquiesce to our request, but we still got something out of it, so.
True.
Sorry? Would you care to elaborate? Nothing to say, really. Rather partial to a spot of carving, you see. Pipes and whatnot, fishing tackle, you know, that sort of thing.
Passion we both share. I like to carve little wooden trinkets too. And there's my leather work.
Sorry to say, we're always losing knives about the place, and we have dozens of the things.
They sell them at the market sometimes. 20 for the price of 19. Needless to say, I snap them up. John prefers to use 2 knives at mealtime too, instead of a knife and a fork. Oh my god.
Now, Joe, ag. And be careful, not pause before reading lines when she's raising the teapot.
The teapot is surefire. I can't even.
The timer is set.
The timer is set. Tea time is about to come.
Here we go again with the scalpings. Why are they being so evasive?
I imagine it's because they don't want to believe it. They can't bear the thought that it might have been one of their knives that injured the victim.
It was entirely understandable, of course, but still.
Go on with your testimony, witnesses.
Sad. We have no intention of admitting it was your knife, unless we can produce proof.
His lips quivering.
Yeah. Even though there's no other credible possibility, if Mr. Natsume is innocent,
You forget, my Nipponese friend, that it has yet to be established that the accused is not responsible for the attack.
Hi, Arya. How's it going? It's going alright. The case is much longer than I anticipated, which I should have anticipated. I put Van Sykes in shorts. I did not approve. I don't think I want to see Van Sykes in shorts. I don't think I want to see him in jorts at all, to be honest. What did I say that elicited the jorts comment? I mispronounced a word, didn't I?
you just mispronounced court.
Court, maybe, yeah. I see your attorney's badge, Arya. Thank you for showing me your attorney's badge. I witness it here, right here and now. But yeah, my voice is slowly waning. We're still probably another good hour and a half, 2 hours away from finishing the game, or not the game, the trial, I assume. We'll slowly get there, slowly but steadily. Not tonight, but somewhere, someday. I see your badge, Arya. I promise. You don't have to pelt me with more. I'm sure about it. I gotta get back to reading now.
As if I could forget. About your attorney's badge.
About your attorney's badge.
Only there was some way to know who had handled the knife. But I suppose wizardry like that is just a dream.
Ah, if only there was such thing as fingerprints. That's just
Well,
wild.
there's such a thing as wizardry.
Wizardry.
Perhaps you're thinking of fingerprinting, Mr. Nyaruhodo.
Are we really bringing this into this?
What? You mean it's not a dream? That sort of wizardry really exists?
Bye-bye. Thanks for stopping to say hello again, though. But I understand. I wouldn't want to be
Bye.
spoiled either.
Whenever people touch anything, they leave behind a unique pattern from their skin. Or so they say.
But that's not my line.
But I can't see anything.
There are already countries in the world where these so-called fingerprints can be used as evidence. Lord Strongheart is currently discussing the matter at the Ministry of Justice.
Yes, I believe we are rapidly approaching there of scientific methods of investigation. I think it actually comes up in the second game.
But for now, we'll have to find an alternative method of proving our assertion. That this knife found in the victim's back was originally Mr. and Mrs. Garridib's house.
I could transplant this whole incident to several years in the future. It'd be really weird if we had to solve this in the next game.
Yeah.
That's the extent of the testimony, is it?
What do you think, Mr. Nyaruhodo?
Well, I think I've heard all this before, to be honest.
I do too.
I can't say I'm particularly confident that we'll be able to prove anything now, new from the testimony.
But in this cross-examination, it's absolutely essential that we establish how this knife came to be at the scene of the incident.
Yes, I know.
I'm sure both of them must be feeling very worried. Worried that it was in fact a knife belonging to one of them that caused the victim's injury.
We could find even a tiny shred of evidence to support that theory. It would clinch this trial for us. It would explain everything.
Yes, it would.
So, for Soseki-san's sake, we must. We must find that last crucial piece of evidence. How much do you want to bet there's a knife bit in the pipe?
In the pipe? Man,
Because we can investigate it now.
that's true. Let's look. Ah, shit! I hit that again. I hit the wrong trigger button. Hold on, Ryunosuke. That's what I meant to do last time. Damn. Gosh. Gosh, damn it.
I should write Attorney Games.
You should raise Attorney Games.
Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there.
Yes, I saw it. Something's stuck in here, I think.
Let's turn it over and give it a shake. You've been smoking a freaking knife shard for 2 days.
Ah, micrometals.
It's an iron.
Yeah.
What's this?
It's...
A tiny fragment of metal. That was not me.
It is indeed Ryunosuke-san. How did you know?
It looks like the tip of a blade or something.
Tip of blade? Surely. It couldn't be.
The fragment of metal has been entered into the court record.
That was glad it's not inside the victim.
I know, right? I wasn't quite sure. Okay. Oh, actually, I didn't think it was inside the victim, because my hypothesis was the knife was thrown at the window. It ricocheted off the window, broke the tip, and then the knife went plunging down into her back. So I have no clue where the knife tip would have actually ended up. I figured it'd probably show up at one point, but I wasn't sure exactly where it'd end up. I didn't think it would end up in this pipe, though. This is a new line, too, by the way.
Is it?
Oh, no, we cycled through, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yes and no, okay. Get me out of here. I accidentally hit the wrong trigger button. Please stop pouring tea so I can click through this. Okay. Bars, you'll have a job proving, I think. Okay. I think this is it. I'm gonna save though just in case. I don't want to be overconfident here. Bring up our... Does it say this on here? It doesn't. I'm going to look at it again because I know how pedantic it could be about some of this shit, even though we looked at it earlier. It didn't change the... Wow, look, Mr. Nyaruhodo! Look at what's missing on this knife! Oh no! That's a tiny... Yes, I'm so glad I looked at this again. That's new text. It's a perfect fit! Wow! Cool. Yes, there we go. Okay, cool.
Did he present the knife or the shard? Or maybe it's one of those where it doesn't matter.
Maybe. I'm gonna go with this one. Music stopped, so I think I did okay.
Mr. Garrett, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please? You can ask, but I can't see a bloody thing. You can't?
Left my readers at home.
You used to call me Dead-Eye Deb, back in the regiment, of course. That was some time ago now. You and I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle to tell B from D and P from Q, to be honest. Well, there's no letters on this knife, so...
Oh, he does. Dearie me. That's rather worrying, being asked about every other letter and every other word.
You must be very dizzy.
What is that? A tiny scrap of metal.
Yes, almost certainly from the tip of the blade. And what may appear to be, at first to be just a tiny scrap, is in fact a crucial piece of evidence.
Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence?
It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garrett's pipe. My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road?
It's a metal puzzle piece.
I am.
What?
When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. What happened to your backside?
Got
Fire.
fire.
You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well then, present pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this case to the court?
I wonder...
This is the knife that was found on the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing.
A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals use them regularly, leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones.
And over this particular knife.
No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garridub's pipe. Good grief! Lord Van Zyx?
I've been shot through the heart. I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene? And this fragment of metal are a perfect match.
Good golly gosh! Order! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? I thought you guys were supposed to be smart.
This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle.
Miracle? On Elm Street?
Hmm.
So, Van Zyx has figured it out, has he?
It's not Thanksgiving time or Christmas right now, so... Well, there's Santa Claus here.
Council, claim this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garridub's pipe?
Something that was clarified for us. Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony.
I had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh, dearie me. During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garridub flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garridub, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time.
Which caused the tip to break off. Of course.
Good lord! Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garridub's pipe. The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1.
I'm sorry you're in an Ace Attorney game. The chances are a little higher.
1,000,000 to 2. And yet, there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garridub's house, the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below.
Oh gosh. Oh dear. Oh. No.
Man, maybe you'll think things through better next time.
Maybe not throw things. Much less
Maybe
dangerous
you realize
things.
that notes in a old, used book aren't addressed to your husband.
Yeah. How about you trust your husband and actually talk it over with him?
A full-bodied theory. I'll give you that.
He's just wine Godot.
He's just wine Godot. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, possibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument.
Sorry?
But after all, it is just a theory.
A game theory. Thanks for watching.
The model I fear is corked.
See you next time.
See you next time.
Because you see...
Oh my god.
It's spoiled by an insurmountable inconsistency.
An insurmountable what? Lord Van Zyx, explain yourself. What is the inconsistency you claim to have identified?
An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back.
Oh, god damn it. Yes, and her... It's a point C argument. We haven't talked about her picking up the book yet.
Oh, yeah. See, I told you, I knew that there was going to be additional added to this where I'm like, it's going to be another, 2 hours of this before we get to the end of the case.
That's right, you silly little man.
You vast. Oh, Joan, old thing. What are you getting so excited about?
Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above, there's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back.
Yog. Order, order!
Quite right, you see. That's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head.
Well,
Also gunbutter audio. 50 subs worth of ties. That's a lot of subs.
it appears the defenses have made rather a spectacular blunder.
No, I have it.
If a theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history.
My brain tried to autocorrect Arya's statement too. They added a new limited scout for Nahida.
Nahida.
Now on stars.
Dragon Nahida.
We were so close. Let's see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now, the way has been blocked completely. For just one simple inconsistency. Think it through, my man. Or in other words...
We simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency, and the theory will stand.
Susito.
You mustn't worry, Mr. Nyaruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all. And your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there.
See, Arya's like, I want to skip spoilers, but also I want to see what's going on.
Why don't we just consistently just randomly start learning? That's true. I like Ace Attorney, but the twist on twist on twist along with the case is so annoying. I think this one in particular is kind of been a little more obvious. I personally didn't find the earlier cases all too obvious. I would get irritated from the point A to point C and trying to figure out point B a lot, but I feel like the original trilogy at the very least did a decent job. I can speak. I can't speak. I feel like I didn't feel like it was as obnoxious in the original trilogy. This particular case, though, where like, what was it, like an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago? It's like, oh, I think I know what happened, and it's kind of been playing out as I think what happened. That's a little irritating, but I'm willing to put up with it because, like I said earlier, I think all these seem too underwhelming for endings, right? They're obviously building up to something here because the story's too good and everything else is too good. That for us to be let down by like, oh, it was just an accident. That's weird, you know? That's weird. So I'm willing to put up with it. The audio drops before it loads to me. I know. I'm sorry. I've gotten unstable audio. Not audio, just connection right now.
For me, with this case, there's like 4 disparate points that have to connect together to make the scene as it actually happened.
Mm-hmm.
But each one of those points is like, you need to spend an hour finding me.
Yes,
Like,
it is. It's
do it all at the same time.
Please, just I've gotten to the point. Like I figured I riddled it out. You don't need to extend it. Oh, you need to find this specific reason to have this character slip up in talking to be able to prove the point. It's like, why can't I just bring it up from the beginning and hypothesize and be like, all right, let's do testimonies now.
Well, your silence speaks volumes.
Oh dear. Is it tacit or tacit?
Tacit.
Tacit.
A tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed.
This inconsistency doesn't mean I was... What?
I'm not clicking through this.
It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yes. If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is. But these circumstances are anything but.
Mm-hmm.
What are you implying?
Counsel? There's a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back.
Okay. This is the point I was hoping to get to. I wasn't quite sure how it was going to present itself. But I think now is a good place to stop. Because I don't want to open the book of worms.
Because we don't know if this is going to be like, case.
Yeah, I don't want to open the book of worms here. I wanted to get to the book. However the book was going to be presented. That's what I wanted to get to. And we've now got to it. So let's back up. We can look at Ryunosuke as we finish off. And we have terrible connection because for whatever reason connection be terrible. It do be terrible.
Discord's fine, but I've got loading on Twitch on my end. So.
Yeah. Twitch is shuffling on my end, and for whatever reason, the bitrate decided to drop. About what, like 15-20 minutes ago? And so it's just kind of been chug. I'm like, I'm still getting playback on my end, but it's behind. It's definitely suffering. It seems like chat is also suffering too, so I will put you all out of your misery. We'll take you out back, shoot you one by one. How did you know?
Just like Rolly.
Just like Rolly. But yeah, let's see here. We will finish this off sometime next week. We'll figure out the schedule after the weekend. How do I want to end stream? I don't know. It's been so long since I've been able to have a proper stream. I can't remember how to talk. Twitch said only some could hang out with me, genius. I figured out at least the bigger chunk of my internet problems, so
yeah,
I'm happy with that. Any other hiccups that come up, I will deal with for the moment. One day, though, I will be connected directly to the internet. One day. Alrighty, let us see here. Bring this up. Okay, I think I'm just gonna end it. No raids for tonight. But yeah, thank you everyone for coming to hang out. I hope you guys can hear me. Hopefully it loads in for you guys since we are buffering like hell. But yeah, thank you everyone for coming to hang out tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream when it wasn't buffering and you could actually pay attention to what's going on. I'm very happy that I was able to get that fixed so we could stream fairly normally tonight. Thank you for coming to hang out, Soph. And providing the wonderful array of voices, especially the 5 that you've made for Mr. Garadeb.
Oh yeah, like 6 now.
6 now, sorry. Pardon me.
I think it's because I have, like, it goes back to the issue that I have with juror number 6. I have a hard time doing old man and also British.
Yeah. Get that. But yes, thanks for coming to hang out. And thank you to all of you guys for coming to hang out tonight as well. Let's see here. Today is Friday technically now, but we started on Thursday. Next stream I have planned is going to be on Saturday. I believe it's at 8 o'clock, 8 p.m. Eastern time. I can't remember exactly. I think I put it at 8. But the schedule for the week is posted on Twitter, so if you want to check out the links down below, follow me on Twitter, probably the best place to keep up with what's going on. I post the schedule for the week there. It's always a pinned tweet. Post when I'm going live, and if there's anything that changes, like streams being canceled or being pushed, then that will be also posted there as well. So, good place to keep up with me there. Other than that, though, we're just going to curl up and end the night here. So, with that, thank you again for coming to hang out and watch tonight. I hope you guys have a good night. And this is Michio signing out. Bye, guys.
Bye.